At 9:30 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja absorbed a $1,740 loss, with SQQ and TQQ both contributing materially to that downside volatility.
Redemption arc. Ravi Kiran Goli punches back with a plus $1,103.9 win at 9:30 a.m. ET, even while KRU shows massive swings.
Groening's US alone shows negative $11,308.68 at 9:30 a.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. That is the kind of volatility that tests your soul.
With 6.5 hours remaining in the session, the gap between first and second in the overall tournament standings remains just over $1,400. This is statistically fragile.
Goldie Gold is still on the throne, but Abhijit Kaktakar is charging. The prize pool is $1,750, and the crown is glowing. At 9:34 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar detonates MSFT for plus $3,981 and rockets his daily total to $17,129. The leader is on absolute fire.
KRUS just obliterates Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $16,958.03 at 9:34 a.m. ET. That is a trapdoor through the basement.
And at 9:34 a.m. ET, KRS and PNW finished the job on Varaprasad Goli, dragging him to negative $18,559.2 on the day. That is not volatility, that is impact.
MSFT flips evil at 9:34 a.m. ET for Sun Sulia, slamming negative $2,883.75 onto the board. The same ticker giveth and taketh away.
AAPL tags Lekam Gosali for negative $3,825.9 at 9:34 a.m. ET. That pushes the tournament total deeper into the red at negative $3,216.45. Pain compounds.
"4 minutes in, and Abhijit Kaktakar stands alone at the top of the breakout with $6,746 overall. The throne has changed hands. At 9:37 a.m. ET, a Bidget Kaktakar unleashes AMZN for plus $13466 and then stacks another 4,198 on MSFT, blasting his daily total to $17,664. The throne is electrified.
Out of nowhere at 9:37 a.m. ET, Keshav Geek rips a plus $932.7 big win and rockets from deep red to just negative 10 on the day. That is a heartbeat revival.
Groaning. At 9:37 a.m. ET, KRUS hammers Varaprasad Goli for negative $10,984.01 and PNW piles on another negative $6,490.73. That is how you fall to negative $18,059.15 on the day.
This thing woke up choosing violence and my heart rate monitor just rage quit mid-candle, 13415 and negative $8,615. That drags the daily damage to minus 22030.
At 9:37 a.m. ET, SQQ wipes $14545 off Roshan, our balance sheet in a single print. That is the kind of leverage that does not forgive.
Eight minutes in, 6 hours and 22 minutes left, and the breakout elevator division is pure chaos. A Bidget Kaktakar leads the tournament. The prize pool is glowing, and the red zone is on fire. At 9:41 a.m. ET, a Budget Kaktakar hammers MSFT for plus $4,268 and surges to $18,192 on the day. The leader is building a fortress at the top.
At 9:41 a.m. ET, PNW nukes Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,585.08, and that daily total sinks to negative 18158.49 exclamation mark. That is a free fall with no parachute.
Double impact at 9:41 a.m. ET. SQQQ slams Chidambara Raja for negative $13315, stacking on to earlier TQQ damage and dragging the day to negative 21850.
At 9:41 a.m. ET, AAPL TSLA Kangorsali for negative $4,091.1. Tournament total now sits at negative 3,481.65. That is the kind of bleed that lingers.
12 minutes in, 6 hours, and 18 minutes left, and the breakout elevator division is splitting wide open. Abhijit Kaktakar stands tall at the summit, while the red zone is in full meltdown. At 9:44 a.m. ET, AMZN erupts again for Abhijit Kaktakar with a $13,832 surge, and his daily total rockets to $18,183. The king is not defending the throne, he is expanding the empire.
At 9:45 a.m. ET, SQQQ absolutely detonates Chidambara Raja for negative $13535 and his daily PNL craters to negative 22240. That is a volatility avalanche.
Pan W strikes again at 9:45 a.m. ET, slamming Viraprasad Goli for negative $6,660 and dragging his daily total to negative 19242.41 exclamation mark. The red zone is a battlefield.
At 9:45 a.m. ET, MSFT adds another negative $3,313.75 to Sunil Solia, reinforcing a deeply negative trajectory in both daily and tournament metrics.
16 minutes in, 6 hours and 14 minutes left, and Abhijit Kaktakar is commanding the breakout with $7,774 overall at 9:45 a.m. ET. The $1,000 first prize is staring at him. At 9:49 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates MSFT for plus $4,459 and rockets his daily total to $18,365. The leader is not defending the throne, he is fortifying it.
KRUS just body slammed Varaprasad Goli again at 9:49 a.m. ET for negative $12,257.73. That ticker is absolute chaos.
And at 9:49 a.m. ET, PNW piles on with another negative $6,915.3 for Varaprasad Goli. Tournament total now sits at negative $20,254.28. That is a crater, not a dip.
Gaspill hammers Lekhangursali at 9:49 MET for negative $4,235.4. That red candle just keeps stretching.
At 9:49 a.m. ET, KRUS inflicts a negative $17,952.03 swing on Ravi Kiran Goli, deepening his cumulative tournament deficit to negative $13,912.37. The volatility profile here is extreme.
20 minutes into the session, and Abhijit Kaktikar commands first place in the breakout with $7,982 overall. 6 hours and 10 minutes left, and the crown is blazing. At 9:53 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AMSN for plus $1,385.6 and then stacks another 4,108 on MSFT, blasting his daily total to $17,964. The leader is ascendant.
At 9:53 a.m. ET, PNW absolutely vaporizes Varaprasad Goli for negative $7,928.18, and that daily total collapses to negative 20855.24. Exclamation mark. That is maximum volatility.
At 9:53 a.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan Rapalan for negative $14635 in a single strike. The red zone is blazing.
At 9:53 a.m. ET, INTU flips on Manish Kapoor for negative $858, dragging the daily to negative 658. Momentum cuts fast when it turns.
At 9:53 a.m. ET, Keshav Geek finds green on S for plus $405, a spark of life in the mid-table.
Groaning. Zoom out and it is brutal. Varaprasad Goli sits last overall with negative $21,377.05 in cumulative tournament performance. That is a mountain to climb.
At 9:57 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar hammers MSFT for plus $3,879 and pushes his daily total to $17751. The leader is building a fortress.
At 9:57 a.m. ET, TQQQ detonates Chidambara Raja for negative $8,605 and SQQ piles on for negative 13405. That daily total free falls to negative $22010.
SQQ strikes again at 9:57 a.m. ET, smashing Roshan, Rob Palin for negative $14535 and dragging that daily total to negative 14535. The red zone is on fire.
At 9:57 a.m. ET, SQQ clips Chanukia Varma Dasetti for negative $2,803.5 and the tournament total sinks to negative 4,688.8. That drawdown is compounding.
"28 minutes in, 6 hours and 2 minutes left, and Abhijit Kaktikar leads the entire tournament with $7,368 cumulative. The $1,000 first prize is glowing. "10 a.m. in New York, and Abhijit Kaktikar is still holding the crown with $7,200 $1,256 in total tournament profit as of 10 a.m. ET. The throne is glowing.
At 9:59 a.m. ET, AMZ detonated for plus $1,391.6 for a budget cacti card. That is a volatility power up straight to the boss level.
And at 9:59 a.m. ET, MSFT quietly stacked another $3,897 for a Bijit Kaktikar. When you are hot, even the mega caps line up.
At 9:59 a.m. ET, KRUS smashed Varaprasad Goli for negative $11,988. That ticker is a jump scare.
Groaning, Pan W was no kinder at 9:58 a.m. ET, ripping negative $8,241.75 out of Varaprasad Goli. That is compounded damage.
At 9:59 a.m. ET, KRS drills Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $17,682.3. The elevator just dropped through the basement.
Back at 9:57 a.m. ET, SQQ gutted Chidambara Raja for negative $1,340.05. Leveraged ETFs are not toys.
Gasping, and TQQ piled on for another negative $8,605 at 9:57 a.m. ET. That is a double boss fight, and both bosses win.
Meanwhile, the leaderboard is clear. Abhijit Kaktikar first, Goldie Gold second, Lucas Marin third at $4,721.33 in tournament profit. The podium is set.
And Ravi Kiran Goli is deeper at negative $13,562.72 in tournament P&L as of 10 a.m. ET. Digging out of that takes discipline.
MSFT flipped red for Sanal Sulya at 9:58 a.m. ET for negative $2,952.5. Same ticker, totally different story.
It is rank 1 versus rank 7 in the breakout elevator division as Anusha 25_12 stands at $17680 at 10:04 a.m. ET, while Foggy holds $405 at 10:04 a.m. ET, and that is a heavyweight gap.
Look at the swing. Anusha 25_12 climbed from a trough of $10275 to a peak of $18004 before settling at $17680 at 10:04 a.m. ET, while Foggy dug out from negative 1932.1 to 405 by 10:04 a.m. ET.
Risk posture is fascinating, At 10:04 a.m. ET, both traders show $0 realized and entirely unrealized totals, meaning 17680 for Anusha 25_12 and 405 for Foggy, are floating exposure.
And at 10:03 a.m. ET, MSFT stacked another $3,863 for Anusha 25_12, pushing that total to 17680 by 10:04 a.m. ET.
So we have capital efficiency versus volume intensity, 17680 at 10:04 a.m. ET on 0 reported shares for Anusha 25_12, contrasted with 405 at 10:04 a.m. ET on 1000 shares for Foggy.
But the comeback energy matters. Foggy crawling from negative 1,932.1 to 405 by 10:04 a.m. ET, while Anusha 25_12 rockets from 10275 to 17680 by 10:04 a.m. ET is pure volatility contrast.
Meanwhile, at 10:04 a.m. ET, Foggy holds $405 and ranks 7, mathematically positive yet structurally distant from first.
It is control versus climb, 17680 at 10:04 a.m. ET for Anusha 25_12, towering over 405 at 10:04 a.m. ET for Foggy in this traders compare showdown.
Strip away the hype and the math is blunt. At 10:04 a.m. ET, the gap between 17680 and 405 is the difference between defending a throne and chasing scraps.
With 5 hours and 56 minutes left in the session, the $17680 recorded at 10:04 a.m. ET for Anusha 25_12 versus $405 for Foggy at 10:04 a.m. ET sets a probabilistic tone for the rest of the day.
And Foggy at $405 at 10:04 a.m. ET is green, alive, and hunting for that next surge.
Groaning. Final tally for now. $17680 at 10:04 a.m. ET for Anusha 25_12 versus $405 at 10:04 a.m. ET for Foggy, and the elevator still has plenty of floors left to travel.
It is 10:08 a.m. ET, and the breakout elevator is in full climb mode. 38 minutes down, 5 hours 52 minutes to go, and we have a head-to-head at the top.
The performance spread is statistically dramatic. At 10:08 a.m. ET, the gap between $17759 for Anusha 25_12 and negative $5,938.25 for Chan represents a structural divergence in strategy.
Peak versus trough showdown. Anusha 25_12 ripped to $18217 at 9:46 a.m. ET, while Chan's lowest print hit negative $6,206.25 at 9:46 a.m. ET.
Risk posture is symmetrical yet opposite in outcome. At 10:08 a.m. ET, both traders show 0 realized PNL, but unrealized sits at $17759 for Anusha 25_12 and negative $5,938.25 for Chan.
At 10:07 a.m. ET, AMZ detonated for plus $13666 for Anusha 25_12, flipping that position from 3,873 to 17539 in a single surge.
One trader catches a $13666 lift at 10:07 a.m. ET. The other eats a $1,426.25 hit at 10:07 a.m. ET. That is how rank 1 separates from rank 24.
By 10:08 a.m. ET, the scoreboard screams dominance. $17,759 glowing green for Anusha 25_12, negative 5,938.25 flashing red for Chan.
Both sitting on zero realized gains at 10:08 a.m. ET, but one account floats at 17759 unrealized, and the other sinks at negative 5,938.25. That is conviction versus consequence.
First place pays $1,000, second $500, third $250, and right now the elevator throne belongs to pure upside energy.
Screaming, Anusha 25_12 is climbing with improving momentum. Chan is slipping with red posture. And at 10:08 a.m. ET, the contrast could not be louder.
With 5 hours and 52 minutes left after 10:08 a.m. ET, the numbers read 17759 versus negative 5,938.25. Plenty of time, but a mountain to climb.
At 10:10 a.m. ET, AMZN explodes again for Abhijit Kaktikar with a plus $13676 blast, and the leader is stomping on the gas.
As of 10:11 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar now leads the entire tournament with $7,252 in cumulative profit, statistically widening the gap over Goldie Gold in second place.
Gasping, and at 10:10 a.m. ET, TQQ piles on another negative $8,715 for Chidambara Raja. That is a double red combo straight to the basement.
KRUS is ruthless. At 10:10 a.m. ET, it slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $12,087.9, and the red zone is screaming.
And at 10:10 a.m. ET, PNW drains another $8,000.33 from Varaprasad Goli. Tournament total now sits at negative 21,076.24. That is last place pressure.
At 10:10 a.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan, Rob Palan for negative $14655. The floor is lava in the bottom ranks.
At 10:11 a.m. ET, MSFT shows negative $2,873.75 for Sunal Sulia, reinforcing a cumulative tournament deficit of $2,162.1 and sustaining downward momentum.
42 minutes in, and Abhijit Kaktikar stands alone at the top with $7,252 in total tournament profit. The crown is glowing, and the elevator only goes up. At 10:15 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar detonates AMSN for plus $13476 and launches his daily total to 17458. The throne in the breakout elevator division is glowing.
At 10:15 a.m. ET, SQQ and TQQ double slam Chidambara Raja for a combined catastrophe, including a $13725 hit on SQQ. That daily total is sitting at negative 22580 and still sliding.
SQQ is ruthless. At 10:15 a.m. ET, Roshan Palin gets crushed for $14855 on that ticker alone. The red zone is roaring.
One minute earlier at 10:14 a.m. ET, KRUS drains $12,512.48 from Varaprasad Kohli. The tournament total sinks to negative 21,410.9. That is a deep hole with 5.5 hours left.
APL strikes again at 10:15 a.m. ET. Lakhangur Sali takes a $3,820.05 hit, and the daily sheet flashes red across the board.
With 5 hours and 44 minutes remaining in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar leads the overall standings at $7,075 in cumulative profit, while Goldie Gold remains within striking distance at 6,713.5. The gap is measurable, but not secure.
At 10:19 a.m. ET, AMZ erupts again for Abhijit Kaktakar with a $13,408 blast, and his daily total rockets to $17,257. The throne is electrified.
As of 10:19 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands first on the grand leaderboard with $6,874 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically extending his edge over Goldie Gold.
Absolute carnage. At 10:19 a.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan Palin for negative $14,855 in a single strike.
At 10:19 a.m. ET, PNW drags Varaprasad Goli down another $8,069.7. Tournament total now sits at negative 21,528.56. That is basement level.
AMSN and SQQ both bite Chanukya Varma Dasetti at 10:19 a.m. ET, stacking losses of $1,521 and $3,027.5. The volatility gods demand tribute.
Lucas Marin remains third overall with $4,721.33 in cumulative tournament profit, still mathematically alive in the payout structure.
Ravi Kiran Goli is sitting at negative 14,032.25 for the tournament. No new trades, just the weight of earlier damage hanging over him.
At 10:23 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AMZN for plus $13744 and stacks another 4,119 on MSFT, blasting his daily total to $17863. The throne is fortified.
At 10:23 a.m. ET, SQQ smashes Chanukya Varma Dasetti for negative $3,118.5, and AMZN clips another negative 1689. That stack drops his daily to negative 6,375 in a blink.
KRUS unleashes a negative $12,152.84 avalanche on Varaprasad Goli at 10:23 a.m. ET after PNW already hit him. The volatility gods are ruthless.
Sighing QQQ drains another one, $4,985 from Roshan. Rob Hallen at 10:23 a.m. ET. When you lean that hard into inverse leverage, sometimes it leans back.
At 10:23 a.m. ET, MSFT posts a negative $3,056.25 impact for Sunil
54
Solia,
minutes in,
reinforcing how
5
the same
hours and
mega cap
36
fueling the
minutes
leader is
left,
punishing
and the
others.
breakout elevator division is pure chaos. Abhijit Kaktikar holds the crown, but the red zone is a battlefield. At 10:27 a.m. ET, a Bidget Kaktikar detonates AMZ for plus $13518 and launches his daily total to $17749. The throne is glowing white hot.
At 10:27 a.m. ET, SQQ and TQQ double team Chidambara Raja for negative $13855 and negative $8,955. That is a volatility avalanche.
By 10:27 a.m. ET, that damage drags Chidambara Raja down to negative $8,363.5 for the tournament. Leveraged products cut both ways.
At 10:27 a.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan, Raw Palin for negative $14985 in a single strike. That is a red candle from the underworld.
Gasping at 10:26 a.m. ET, KRUS rips negative $12,107.88 and PNW follows with another negative $7,856.03 for Viraprasad Goli. That is back-to-back devastation.
At 10:26 a.m. ET, KRS hammers Ravi Kirangoli for negative $17,802.18 in one brutal swing. The red zone is merciless.
At 10:27 a.m. ET, AAPL deepens the wound for Lakangusali by another negative $3,502.2. That tournament total now reads negative $2,892.75.
At 10:31 a.m. ET, a Bidget Kaktikar detonates AM Zen for plus $13710 and stacks another 4,257 on MSFT, blasting his daily total to 17967. The leader is widening the gap.
At 10:31 a.m. ET, SQQ rips negative $13935 out of Chidambara Raja and TQQ piles on another negative 9,015. That daily total collapses to negative 22950.
KRUS and PNW are on a rampage. At 10:31 a.m. ET, KRUS slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $12,167.82 and PNW slices another negative $7,808. .85 exclamation mark. The red zone is blazing.
At 10:31 a.m. ET, SQQQ drains another $15065 from Roshan. AAPL tournament total now sits at negative 6,336. The hole just keeps getting deeper.
Not all red. At 10:31 a.m. ET, TSLA flashes green for Harsh Goyal with a $420 pop. Momentum sparks in the mid-table fight. At 10:35 a.m. ET, AMZ explodes again for Abhijit Kaktikar with a $13726 strike, and his daily total rockets to $18069. The throne is on fire.
At 10:35 a.m. ET, MSFT slams Sunil Sulia for negative $3,336.25, and the daily damage is stacking hard. That ticker is ruthless today.
At 10:35 a.m. ET, AMZ carves another negative $1680 out of Chanukya Varma Dasetti. The leverage experiment is not going well.
TSLA ignites at 10:35 a.m. ET for Harsh Goyal with a $436.25 pop. He is clawing upward and tightening that mid-table battle.
At 10:34 a.m. ET, TQQ detonates Chidambara Raja for negative $8,995. That is pure volatility chaos.
At 10:34 a.m. ET, SQQ rips $15035 out of Roshan. AAPL in one move. That is how you end up buried near the bottom of this leaderboard.
1 hour and 6 minutes in, 5 hours and 24 minutes left in the breakout. Abhijit Kaktikar leads the elevator division. Goldie Gold holds second, Lucas Marin in third, and the red zone is a battlefield. At 10:40 a.m. ET, AMZN erupts again for Abhijit Kaktikar with a $13868 surge, and his daily total rockets to $18245. The throne is reinforced with rocket fuel.
At 10:40 a.m. ET, SQQ absolutely detonates Chidambara Raja for negative $13855, and that daily total implodes to negative 22820. That is leveraged chaos.
At 10:40 a.m. ET, PNW hammers Viraprasad Goli for negative $8,183.48, and the daily plunges to negative 20586.06 exclamation mark. The red zone is a battlefield.
At 10:40 a.m. ET, combined pressure from NVDA and SQQ pushes Chanukya Varma Dasetti to negative 6,582.75 on the day, reinforcing a deeply negative volatility cluster in his tournament profile.
At 10:40 a.m. ET, MSFT turns villain for Sunil Sulia with negative $3,378.75, dragging the daily to negative 3378.75 exclamation mark. The same tech titan that crowns a king can crush a contender. Welcome to the showdown. Lakan Gusali versus Puti versus Usu D3. And right now, Usu D3 leads this trio at rank 20 with negative $109.5 as of 10:44 a.m. ET.
The separation is statistically dramatic. At 10:44 a.m. ET, Usudi 3 is negative $109.5, while Lakang Gursali is negative $3,225.3, a gap of more than $3,000 between rank 20 and 23.
MSFT bites Pooty at 10:42 a.m. ET for negative $3,266.25, and by 10:44 a.m. ET, Pooty is sitting at negative $3,210 overall.
Momentum divergence is clear. At 10:44 a.m. ET, La Congressali shows a positive delta of $360.75 over the window, while Pooty has collapsed by negative $3,217.5.
Activity check at 10:44 a.m. ET USD3 has 300 shares traded, while La Congressali and Pooty both show 0 shares over the same window.
Busa D3 printed a peak of $45.5 at 10:05 a.m. ET and then sank to negative $220 at 10:39 a.m. ET, settling at negative $109.5 by 10:44 a.m. ET.
Rank check at 10:44 a.m. ET. Usudi 3 holds 20, Pooty 22, La Congressali 23, and the gap from first to last in this trio is over $3,000.
For Pooty, the trough is the present, negative $3,210 recorded at 10:44 a.m. ET marks the lowest point in this window.
Compare the swings. Asuri 3 moved from positive 45.5 at 10:05 a.m. ET to negative 220 at 10:39 a.m. ET, while Lakangur Sali ranged between negative 2,614.95 and negative 3788.85 exclamation mark.
Bottom line at 10:44 a.m. ET, Usudi 3 is barely scratched at negative 109.5, while Lakangorsili and Pooty are locked in a deep drawdown duel below negative 3,200.
Statistically speaking, at 10:44 a.m. ET, the $15 spread between negative 3,225.3 and negative 3,210 means rank 22 and 23 could flip on a single modest trade.
At 10:47 a.m. ET, AMZ explodes again for Abhijit Kaktikar, ripping plus $14066 and launching his daily total to 18259. The throne is electrified.
At 10:46 a.m. ET, TQQ nukes Chidambara Raja for negative $8,935. That is leveraged chaos with a flamethrower.
And at 10:46 a.m. ET, SQQ carved another negative $13825 out of Chidambara Raja. Tournament total now sits at negative 8,353.5. That is what overexposure looks like.
Gasping at 10:46 a.m. ET, PNW slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $8,405.48. That ticker is a volatility boss fight.
Hey, Paul clipped Lakan Gasali for negative $3,006.9 at 10:46 a.m. ET, keeping that daily number buried. Catching falling knives is expensive.
With 5 hours and 12 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar controls first place at $7,876 overall, while Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin trail at $6,713.5 and $4,721.33 respectively. The gap is measurable and widening.
At 10:50 a.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $14022 for Abhijit Kaktakar, and the leader just keeps stacking green on green.
As of 10:51 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands at $7,782 in cumulative tournament profit, reinforcing his statistical control of the Breakout leaderboard.
Gasping and TQQ piles on at 10:51 a.m. ET for another negative $9,005. That combo drags Chidambara Raja to the basement of the standings.
At 10:51 a.m. ET, KRS detonates for negative $16,658.33 against Ravi Kirangoli. That is a full elevator cable snap.
Karu S was just as ruthless at 10:51 a.m. ET, carving negative $10,964.03 out of Varaprasad Goli. Same ticker, same pain.
And she flips red at 10:51 a.m. ET for negative $3,096.25 on Santil Salia. That ticker is not loyal today.
And at 10:51 a.m. ET, AAPL slices negative $2,893.8 from Lakan Gosali. The mid-table is getting shaken hard.
Groaning, zoom out to 10:51 a.m. ET, and Varaprasad Goli is sitting at negative $20,648.33 for the tournament. That is last place pressure with hours left in the session.
At 10:54 a.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $14116 for a budget Kaktakar and rockets his daily total to $18259. The throne just reinforced itself.
TSLA ignites at 10:55 a.m. ET for plus $615 for Harsh Koyal. That is a clean green boost, and he is swinging in fourth place.
Groaning, Intu flips against Manish Kapoor at 10:55 a.m. ET for negative $492.75, dragging his daily total to negative $219.25. That is how small cracks widen.
Pan W detonates at 10:55 a.m. ET for negative $8,666.33 against Varaprasad Goli. The red numbers are stacking, and the elevator is in freefall.
At 10:54 a.m. ET, SQQ hammers Roshan, Ropalan for negative $15,155. Leveraged inverse products are unforgiving when timing slips.
At 10:59 a.m. ET, AMZN just exploded for plus $14144 for a Abhijit Kak ticker. That is a leaderboard power surge straight through the penthouse.
TSLA is pinging again. At 10:59 a.m. ET, it printed plus $671.25 for Lucas Marine after flashing $721.25 just a minute earlier. That ticker is vibrating. Gasping double hit. At 10:59 a.m. ET, SQQ slammed negative $13995 and TQQ clipped another negative $9,055 for Chidambara Raja. That is a volatility sandwich.
Pan W keeps grinding lower for Varaprasad Goli. At 10:59 a.m. ET, it marked negative $8,785.65. That is repeated pressure on the same wound.
MSFT just flashed red earlier at 10:58 a.m. ET for negative $3,061.25 for Sanil Solia, and the scoreboard is not being kind today.
As of 11 a.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli sits at negative $12,578.71 in cumulative tournament performance, positioning him near the bottom of the elevator division.
90 minutes into the session, and at 11 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar commands the arena with $7,903 overall. 5 hours left, and the crown is blazing. At 11:03 a.m. ET, a Bidget Cacti just detonated MSFT for plus $4,176 and blasted his daily total to $18,282. That is throne reinforcement.
Statistically speaking, that sequence into 11:03 a.m. ET consolidates Abhijit Kaktikar at $7,899 in cumulative tournament profit, a structurally dominant position.
Gasping at 11:01 a.m. ET, TQQQ slammed Chidambara Raja for negative $9,035, and the red just kept scrolling.
At 11:01 a.m. ET, SQQ crushed Roshan, R-Palin for negative $15085. That is a volatility quake, shaking the lower floors.
Also at 11:01 a.m. ET, KRUS registered negative $16,518.47 for Ravi Kiran Goli, a single instrument accounting for the vast majority of that drawdown.
TSLA is a roller coaster. At 11 a.m. ET, it showed plus $587.5 for Harsh Goyal. Then by 11:03 a.m. ET, it settled at plus $350. Still green, but fading fast.
Goldie Gold holds second at $6,713.5 cumulative, a competitive yet narrowing probability band beneath the leader.
Lucas Marin is parked in third with $4,721.33 for the tournament. Close enough to smell the podium, but not close enough to relax.
And at 11:03 a.m. ET, INTU flipped Manish Kapoor from plus $273.5 to negative $88 on the day. That is a trapdoor under rank 8.
The basement is lava. Varaprasad Goli sits at negative $20,529.01 for the tournament, and the elevator cables are burning.
Statistically, the lower tail extends further, with Niraj Arora at negative $5,291.05 cumulative, illustrating the dispersion across this field.
It is 11:07 a.m. ET, and Abhijit Kaktikar just unleashed a $14,026 AMZ detonation, rocketing his daily from 4,050 to 18076 in a single green explosion.
As of 11:07 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar's cumulative tournament profit stands at $7,693, statistically reinforcing his hold on rank 1 overall.
Gasping, and KRUS follows up at 11:07 a.m. ET with a savage negative $10,644.35 hit. That is a double red wipeout.
At 11:07 a.m. ET, KRUS absolutely obliterates Ravi Kirangoli for negative $16,338.65 in one brutal print.
Sighing QQQ at 11:07 a.m.
And
ET.
concurrently,
Drains
at
another negative
11:07 a.m. ET,
$8,835 from
SQQQ
Chidambara Raja.
registers a negative
And that leverage bleed keeps compounding.
$13695 swing for Chidambara Raja, illustrating extreme volatility clustering in inverse ETFs.
NVDA joins the chaos at 11:07 a.m. ET, slicing negative
Groaning. MSFT prints negative $2970 at
from
11:07
Chanukia
a.m.
Varma
ET for
Dasetti
Sunil
as
Surya.
the pressure
And that
mounts.
pushes the account further underwater.
With 1 hour and 38 minutes completed and 4 hours 52 minutes remaining in the breakout, the leaderboard shows Abhijit Kaktikar first at $7,693 cumulative, Goldie Gold second at 6713.5, and Lucas Marin third at 4,721.33.
At 11:10 a.m. ET, MSFT slams in another $3,960 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader is pouring gasoline on the throne.
As of 11:11 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands at $7,554 in cumulative tournament profit, methodically extending his statistical lead over Goldie Gold in second place.
Gasping at 11:10 a.m. ET, SQQ hammers Chidambara Raja for negative $13725. And that is another combo straight to the basement.
And at 11:10 a.m. ET, TQQQ strips another $8,855 from Chidambara Raja. Leverage products are not toys.
SQQQ is a wrecking ball. At 11:10 a.m. ET, it crushes Roshan, Raw Palin, for negative $14855, and the bottom ranks are on fire.
At 11:09 a.m. ET, KRS rips $16,563.42 out of Ravi Kiran Kohli. That is the kind of hit that changes your week.
At 11:11 a.m. ET, AP flashes negative $2964 for Lakanga Sali, and the red candles just will not stop.
Goldie Gold remains in second with $6,713.5 in cumulative tournament profit, within striking distance but now statistically pressured by the widening gap.
At 11:15 a.m. ET, a Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AM Zen for plus $14084 and pushes his daily total to 17988. The leader is not defending the throne, he is upgrading it.
And 1 minute earlier at 11:14 a.m. ET, MSFT stacked another $3,892 for Abhijit Kaktikar. That is back-to-back green missiles.
Meanwhile, at 11:15 a.m. ET, AMZ slaps Chanukya Varma Dasetti for negative $1859. When the leader rides the wave, someone else is the undertow.
APP strikes again at 11:15 a.m. ET. Lakan Gusali takes a $2,856.75 hit, and the red candles keep flashing.
Also at 11:14 a.m. ET, KRUS drains $10,984.01 from Varaprasad Goli after Pan W already did damage. That is compounding pain in leverage names.
At 11:14 a.m. ET, TQQ inflicts an additional $8,945 loss on Chidambara Raja, exacerbating an already severe drawdown profile.
As of 11:15 a.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli sits at negative $21,095.66 for the tournament. That is last place and a very steep climb with 4 hours and 44 minutes left.
Welcome to the Breakout Traders Compare. Anusha 25_12 stands first. Lakan Gusali is down at 23rd. And Nusa D3 sits 20th as the elevator division roars into late morning.
Hanusha 25_12 is sitting at her peak of $18,166 at 11:20 a.m. ET, while Lakan Gosali is still below zero at negative 2,860.65 at 11:20 a.m. ET. That is leader versus recovery mode.
At 11:19 a.m. ET, MSFT blasts plus $3,922 for Anusha25_12, helping power her total to $18,166 by 11:20 a.m. ET. The throne is reinforced.
Risk posture is fascinating. All three show zero realized profit at 11:20 a.m. ET, meaning Anusha 25_12 at 18166, La Congressali at negative 2860.65, and Usudi 3 at 89.5 are entirely unrealized exposures.
Contrast that with Anusha 25_12, 0 shares traded and 2 stocks held into 11:20 a.m. ET for $18,166 versus Usudi 3 moving 300 shares for 89.5. Efficiency versus activity.
La Congressali improves by $725.4 over the window into 11:20 a.m. ET, while Usudi 3 gains $97.5 into 11:20 a.m. ET. Both are climbing, but from very different baselines.
Anusha 25_12 never dipped below $10715 at 10:22 a.m. ET, and now sits at 18166 at 11:20 a.m. ET. That is controlled upside, not chaos.
With 1 hour and 50 minutes completed and 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining, the statistical edge clearly favors Anusha 25_12 at $18,166 versus Usudi 3 at 89.5 and La Congressali at negative 2860.65, all measured at 11:20 a.m. ET.
Both green names, but $18,166 at 11:20 a.m. ET for Anusha 25_12 versus 89.5 at 11:20 a.m. ET for Anusha 23. One is commanding the elevator, the other is just getting on.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, MSFT and AMSN ignite again for Abhijit Kaktikar, stacking plus $3,964 and plus $14,386 to rocket his daily to 18350. The throne is blazing.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, SQQ rips negative $14,145 and TQQ slams another negative 9,175 into Chidambara Raja. That leveraged combo is absolute chaos.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, PNW detonates for negative $8,877.23 on Varaprasad Goli after K. Russ already crushed him. The red zone is relentless.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, SQQ slices negative $15,275 out of Roshan Arpalan in one savage move. That chart is just straight down.
By 11:23 a.m. ET, Roshan Palin is sitting at negative $6,546 for the tournament. Inverse leverage cuts deep when you are on the wrong side.
Mid-table battle heating up. As of 11:23 a.m. ET, Harsh Goyal climbs to $2,896.9 in cumulative profit, tightening the chase behind Lucas Marin. At 11:27 a.m. ET, AMZN erupts for a Baji Kaktakar with a $14,450 blast, and his daily total rockets to $18,573. The throne just turned volcanic.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, SQQ rips negative 1425, $5 out of Chadambara Raja, and TQQ piles on another negative 9,265. That daily total collapses to negative 23520.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, KRS absolutely detonates Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $15,414.57 in a single swing. The basement is shaking.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, SQQ drains $15,385 from Roshan, R. Palin. Tournament total now sits at negative 6,656. The red ink is permanent marker at this point.
1 hour and 58 minutes down. 4 hours and 32 minutes left in the breakout. Abhijit Kaktakar commands the summit, and the basement is pure chaos. At 11:31 a.m. ET, AMZ detonates again for Abhijit Kaktakar with a $14,342 surge and rockets his daily total to $18,492. The throne is electrified.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, SQQ rips negative $14,275 out of Chidambara Raja, and the daily total collapses to negative $23,550. That is a volatility avalanche.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, PNW slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $8,863.35 after that KRS cascade. The red zone is on fire.
At 11:30 a.m. ET, KRS carves negative $15,299.69 out of Ravi Kiran Kohli. That is how you secure a spot near the bottom of the standings.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, INTU reverses $450.75 against Manish Kapoor, flipping his daily to negative $177.25 and introducing short-term instability into his profile.
At 11:35 a.m. ET, AMZ absolutely detonates for Abhijit Kaktikar with a $14488 surge, and his daily total rockets to $18683. The throne is blazing.
At 11:35 a.m. ET, PNW smashes Varaprasad Goli for negative $8,899.43, and this is after that KRUS collapse. It is a double red avalanche.
And at 11:34 a.m. ET, KRS ripped another negative $9,890.1 out of Varaprasad Kohli. That is how you dig a $20,000 hole before lunch.
TSLA fires again at 11:35 a.m. ET for Harsh Goyal with a $721.25 strike, and he tightens his grip on fourth place. That is upward momentum.
Gasping at 11:34 a.m. ET, SQQ obliterates Chidambara Raja for negative $14265, and the daily spirals to negative 23540. That is leveraged chaos unleashed.
At 11:34 a.m. ET, SQQQ slices $15395 out of Roshan Rapalan in one clean move. That keeps him anchored near the bottom of this elevator.
At 11:35 a.m. ET, AMZN turns villain for Chanukya Varma Dasetti with a negative $2061 hit. The same rocket fueling the leader is burning the chasers. At 11:39 a.m. ET, AMZ detonates for plus $14550 for a budget Kaktakar and his daily total rockets to 18796. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, KRUS absolutely obliterates Ravi Kirangoli for negative $15,564.42 in a single cascade. That is a straight elevator shaft drop.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, TSLA sparks to life for Harsh Goyal with plus $802.5 on the day. That is a clean green jab from rank 4.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, AAPL tags Lekang Sali for negative $2,903.55 on the day. Apple is not playing hero for the bottom ranks.
That 11:36 a.m. ET, SQQQ inflicted negative $14295 on Chidambara Raja, accelerating his cumulative tournament deficit to negative 9,183.5 and deepening the lower leaderboard compression.
KRUS, TDC, PNW all lighting up red for Varaprasad Goli by 11:39 a.m. ET, and the daily sits at negative 19523.23 exclamation mark. That is a volatility boss fight. He is losing fast.
2 hours and 10 minutes into the session, as of 11:39 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar leads the breakout with $8,413 in cumulative profit, while the lower quartile experiences severe downside dispersion.
At 11:43 a.m. ET, AMZN detonates for plus $14598 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader is ascending into mythic territory.
As of 11:43 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar's cumulative tournament profit stands at $8,527, reinforcing his structural hold on rank 1 in the breakout.
And rewind 60 seconds, 11:42 a.m. ET, PNW nuked him for negative $8,918.85. That is back-to-back boss battles.
At 11:43 a.m. ET, KRUS also gutted Ravi Kirangoli for negative $15,674.31. Concentration risk is undefeated.
TSLA keeps Harsh Goyal alive. At 11:43 a.m. ET, it prints plus $762.5 and he defends that fourth place throne.
At 11:43 a.m. ET, AAPL drops negative $3,016.65 on Lekangusali. That is not a dip buy, that is a trapdoor.
AMZN turns trader at 11:43 a.m. ET for Chinukia Varma Dasetti, slamming negative $21.16, while the leader rides the same rocket in the opposite direction.
Gasping and SQQ hit again at 11:41 a.m. ET, negative $15,485 for Roshan. Rar Palan, the inverse ETF, is farming eliminations.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, AMZN erupts for plus $1,463 for Abhijit Kaktikar and his daily total rockets to 19027. The penthouse just added a second balcony.
TSLA punches in at 11:47 a.m. ET for plus $1,066.5 for Harsh Gayal. That is a clean electric boost, and fourth place just got louder.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, KRUS rips negative $15,554.43 out of Ravi Kiran Goli. That is not a pullback, that is structural damage.
Screaming W just slammed Varaprasad Goli at 11:47 a.m. ET for negative $8,682.98. That ticker is farming eliminations.
SQQQ detonates again at 11:47 a.m. ET for negative $15,655 against Roshan. Rob Palin, the red zone is swallowing the floor whole.
AAPL smacks Lokangursali at 11:47 a.m. ET for negative $3,042. Every bounce is getting rejected.
2 hours and 18 minutes into the session, and Abhijit Kaktikar is commanding first place with $8,644 overall. The $1,000 prize is glowing in his direction. At 11:51 a.m. ET, MSFT just pumped plus $4,508 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader is stacking green like a final boss with unlimited lives.
As of 11:51 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar now stands at $8,817 in cumulative tournament profit, mathematically reinforcing his rank 1 position with a widening statistical moat.
K. Skoru strikes again at 11:51 a.m. ET, negative $15,864.12 for Ravi Kiran Kohli. That is a full combo breaker.
SQQQ unleashes chaos at 11:51 a.m. ET, negative $15715 for Roshan. Rob Palin, the volatility gods demand tribute.
Hard 11:51 a.m. ET. SQQQ slams negative $14585 and TQQ follows with negative $9,525 for Chidambara Raja. That is leveraged whiplash in stereo.
At 11:51 a.m. ET, TSLA prints plus $1,185.5 for Harsh Goyal, a stabilizing green input that helps defend his fourth place standing.
At 11:54 a.m. ET, AMSN erupted again for plus $14812 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the penthouse just installed marble floors.
TSLA just printed plus $1,108.5 at 11:55 a.m. ET for Harsh Goyal, and that is a turbo boost, locking him into fourth.
Groaning. At 11:54 a.m. ET, PayNW ripped negative $8,663.55 out of Varaprasad Kohli, and that is what overexposure looks like in real time.
Gasping, and KRUS was feral at 11:53 a.m. ET, smashing Varaprasad Kohli for negative $10,099.89. That ticker is a boss fight.
Volatility double punch at 11:52 a.m. ET. SQQ blasted negative $14675 on Chidambara Raja right after TQQ clipped him for negative $9,595.
Car keeps bleeding at 11:55 a.m. ET. It tagged Rahul Davis for negative $1,516.5. And that red is stacking fast.
AAPL dragged Lakangasali down at 11:54 a.m. ET for negative $2,942.55. And catching falling fruit still hurts.
Goldie Gold is still holding second with $6,713.5 in cumulative tournament profit, but the leader is stretching that daylight. At 11:59 a.m. ET, MSFT detonates for plus $4,457 for a Bijit Kaktikar, and the leader is now towering at $8,680 in total tournament profit. This throne is electrified.
KRUS again at 11:59 a.m. ET, minus $9,585.41 for Varaprasad Goli. That ticker is a boss fight he cannot clear.
And at 11:59 a.m. ET, PNW piles on another minus $8,613.6 for Varaprasad Goli, pushing his tournament total to negative 19564.97, that is structural damage.
Gasping KRUS just erased $15,279.71 at 11:59 a.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli. That is a full health bar deleted in one candle.
SQQ at 11:58 a.m. ET smashes negative $14585 into Chidambara Raja, and the basement is shaking.
Also at 11:58 a.m. ET, SQQQ drains $15715 from Roshan. Ra Palan leveraged inverse products remain unforgiving.
MSFT flashes red at 11:59 a.m. ET, negative $3,478.75 for Sunil Sulia, while the leader farms green on the same ticker. That divergence is wild.
Lucas Marin remains third at $4,721.33 cumulative, mathematically viable but requiring volatility to bridge the expanding delta to first.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, AMZ explodes for plus $1453 for a budget car and its daily rockets to $19026. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ smashes Chidambara Raja for negative $14565, and the red meter just goes full boss level meltdown.
Groaning. Same timestamp 12:03 p.m. ET. TQQQ strips another $9,505 from Chidambara Raja. Leveraged ETFs are not forgiving. They are predators.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $15695 on Roshan. Rob Palin and the lower bracket is shaking like an earthquake zone.
At 12 p.m. ET, TSLA prints plus $1,129.5 for Harsh Goyal, a stabilizing green input that supports his fourth-place cumulative position.
Leaderboard check. Abhijit Kaktakar is rank 1 with $8,643 in total tournament profit as of 12:03 p.m. ET, and the gap over Goldie Gold is widening. At 12:07 p.m. ET, MSFT erupts for plus $4,481 for Abhijit Kaktakar, and the leader just strapped rockets to the throne again.
At 12:06 p.m. ET, SQQQ absolutely deletes $14605 from Chidambara Raja, and that combo with TQQ is just chaos, stacking on chaos.
Also at 12:06 p.m. ET, TQQQ piles on another negative $9,535 for Chidambara Raja. Leveraged whiplash is undefeated.
At 12:06 p.m. ET, PNW smashes Varaprasad Goli for negative $8,591.4, and the volatility is breathing fire down the leaderboard.
At 12:05 p.m. ET, KRUS rips $14,860.13 out of Ravi Kiran Goli. That is the kind of print that buries you at the bottom of the table.
At 12:06 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $15735 against Roshan. Rob Palan in the basement just got a new crater.
With that 12:06 p.m. ET hit on SQQ, Roshan, Raw Palin remains deep in negative territory for the tournament, currently at negative $7,006 cumulative.
And at 12:07 p.m. ET, MSFT prints negative $3,508.75 for Sunil Sulia. Same ticker that crowns the leader is crushing someone else.
2 hours and 38 minutes into the session, Abhijit Kaktikar leads the breakout with $8,774 cumulative, while Goldie Gold at $6,713.5 and Lucas Marin at $4,721.33 remain within mathematical striking distance.
At 12:11 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for $14,794 on Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader just turned the volume to maximum.
As of 12:11 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands at $8,946 in cumulative tournament profit, maintaining first place with statistically significant separation from Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin.
Also at 12:11 p.m. ET, SQQQ smashes Roshan. Rob Palin for negative $15765. The basement just got a new floor.
At 12:11 p.m. ET, KRUS drops another $8,871.12 on Varaprasad Goli, and Pan W follows with an $8,549.78 hit the same minute. That is compounding damage.
ENTU flips the script at 12:11 p.m. ET, slamming Manish Kapoor for negative $536.25 and shaking up the mid-table fight. At 12:14 p.m. ET, MSFT erupts again for plus $4,523 on Abhijit Kaktikar, and by 12:15 p.m. ET, he is sitting on $19,370 for the day. The leader is flooring the accelerator.
At 12:15 p.m. ET, KRUS absolutely detonates for negative $8,996 on Veraprasad Goli right after that PNW spiral. That ticker is pure destruction.
KRUS strikes again at 12:15 p.m. ET, ripping negative $14,690.30 from Ravi Kiran Goli in a single print. That is a red candle with teeth.
Gasping QQ at 12:12 p.m. ET slices another negative $14605 into Chidambara Raja. That inverse bet just keeps compounding the pain.
By 12:15 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja is buried at negative $9,713.5 for the tournament. That is what chasing volatility without mercy looks like.
At 12:15 p.m. ET, AAP hammers Lakan Guasali for negative $2,743.65, and the comeback story just hit a wall. It is 12:20 p.m. ET, and in the breakout elevator division, we have P99 at rank 16, Nimishretch FF at 17, and Rahul underscore at 18, locked in a three-way knife fight.
Leader by rank is P99 at 16, but negative 550.4 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 7th is heavier than Nimis Yeshoar's negative 313.4 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 6th. Rank edge PNL deficit.
Compare the swings. Rahul underscore peaked at $25.72 at 9:53 a.m. ET on April 13th and cratered to negative 1905 at 11:57 a.m. ET today, while P99 and Nimish Rill have been flatlined at their same negative marks since their closing prints.
Activity check. P99 pushed 2,400 shares across 3 stocks by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 7th. Nimis Shushif traded 1902 shares across 4 stocks by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 6th. That is grind versus diversification.
By pure scoreboard math at their last updates, Rahul underscore at negative 106 at 12:20 p.m. ET is closest to break even, ahead of Nimish OL at negative 313.4 and P99 at negative 550.4 exclamation mark.
Nimis Farah mirrors that story. Negative 313.4 fully realized at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 6th. Clean book red result.
Rank 16 P99 versus rank 17 Nimish, afar, but at their last prints, it is negative 550.4 against negative 313.4. The chaser actually has the tighter loss.
Rahul underscore has the volatility story from 2572 at 9:53 a.m. ET April 13th to negative 1905 at 11:57 a.m. ET today. Nimis Jafar has none of that drama, just a straight line to negative 313.4.
For P99, 2,400 shares across 3 stocks by 3:59 p.m. ET April 7th produced negative 550.4. That is heavy lift for modest damage.
And Rahul underscore just 100 shares in one name by 12:20 p.m. ET, sitting at negative 106 with all of it unrealized. Small size, big emotional bandwidth.
With 3 hours and 40 minutes left in the session, at 12:20 p.m. ET, P99, Nimish FR, and Rahul underscore are separated by less than $450 at their last marks. This matchup is still wide open. At 12:23 p.m. ET, MSFT erupts for Abhijit Kaktekar with a $4,587 surge and his daily rockets to $19,651. The throne just went nuclear.
At 12:23 p.m. ET, SQQ absolutely rips negative $14715 through Chidambara Raja, and the daily implodes to negative $24340. That chart is just a trapdoor.
And by 12:23 p.m. ET, that leaves Chimbara Raja sitting at negative $9,893.5 for the tournament. Leveraged revenge trades rarely end in redemption.
At 12:23 p.m. ET, KRUS detonates for negative $15,489.5 on Ravi Kiran Kohli. The basement just cracked open again.
At 12:23 p.m. ET, SQQ drains $15845 from Roshan. Rob Allen in one clean sweep. Tournament total now stands at negative 7,116. The hole keeps getting deeper.
Three hours almost down, and Abhijit Kaktekar is commanding the breakout with $9,268 in cumulative profit as of 12:23 p.m. ET. The $1,000 first prize is glowing in his direction. It is high noon in the breakout, and this is Pudi versus Lakhan Gusli versus Rahul underscore in a three-way elevator knife fight.
As of 12:28 p.m. ET, Rahul underscore leads this trio at negative $649, rank 20, ahead of Lakhan Gursali at negative $2,809.95 in rank 22, and Puti at negative $3,737.5 in rank 23.
Leader versus Chaser. At 12:28 p.m. ET, Rahul underscore holds negative 649, while Lakan Gosali trails at negative 2,809.95, and the gap is real.
Aggression split is stark. Rahul underscore has traded 100 shares by 12:28 p.m. ET, while both Puti and Lakangorsali show 0 shares moved.
At 12:27 p.m. ET, CR hits Rahul underscore for negative $566 in symbol PNL, and that helps explain the slide into the red.
At 12:27 p.m. ET, MSFT slams Pudi for negative $3,737.5 in one brutal print, and that matches the total drawdown we see at 12:28 p.m. ET.
At 12:28 p.m. ET, Lakangasali holds negative 2,809.95 with improving trajectory, while Puti sinks to negative 3,737.5 with a slipping profile.
All three have traded just one stock each by 12:28 p.m. ET, but only Rahul underscore press size with 100 shares while the others stayed inactive.
Puti now sits at the trough of negative 3,737.5 as of 12:28 p.m. ET, which is both the session low and the current mark.
If momentum flips again, Rahul underscore with a negative $1,790 delta could get hunted by Lakhan Gursali, who is climbing with plus 776.1 into 12:28 p.m. ET.
Three traders, fully unrealized losses, one leaderboard ladder, and just 3.5 hours left in this session.
Statistically speaking, Rahul underscore remains the most insulated at negative 649 as of 12:28 p.m. ET, but the absence of realized trades keeps the outcome highly path-dependent.
Groaning, between Lakangasali at negative 2,809.95 and Puti at negative 3,737.5 as of 12:28 p.m. ET, it is a battle to avoid the basement.
At 12:29 p.m. ET, AMZ explodes again for Abhijit Kaktikar with a $15,244 surge in his daily rockets to $19,908. The throne in the breakout is fortified.
At 12:29 p.m. ET, KRUS rips another $9,855.14 out of Varaprasad Goli, and the daily free fall deepens. That ticker is a red alarm siren.
And at 12:30 p.m. ET, PNW stacks another negative $8,405.48 on Varaprasad Goli. When you combine that with KRS, that is how you sink to rank 30.
At 12:29 p.m. ET, KRUS detonates for negative $15,449.54 against Ravi Kiran Goli. The basement just shook.
At 12:31 p.m. ET, MSFT drags Sunil Sulia down another $3,711.25. That pushes the tournament deficit near negative 3,000. Big tech is not a safety net today.
At 12:30 p.m. ET, INTU flips on Manish Kapoor for negative $439.5, and the mid-table gets shaken. That is a momentum rug pull. It is traders compared time in the breakout, and the spotlight is blazing on a Sudi 3 versus CS 1975 versus Lucas Marin for control of this elevator.
Lucas Marin is green and frozen at $3,668 since 3:59 p.m. ET on April 9th, but CS 1975 is locked red at negative $1,241 from 3:59 p.m. ET on April 10th. That is leader versus wounded contender.
Look at the swing. Usudi 3 ripped from a trough of negative 174 at 10:40 a.m. ET to a peak of 191.5 at 11:55 a.m. ET today, while Lucas Marin has been flat at 3,668 since 3:59 p.m. ET on April 9th.
Gasping 1975 realized all of that negative $1,241 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 10th. But Lucas Marin locked in positive 3,668 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 9th. Same certainty, opposite destiny.
Usudi 3 may be ranked 20, but at 12:36 p.m. ET, he is positive $22.5, and that $30.5 surge today screams comeback energy.
Lucas Marin is chilling at rank 3 with $3,668 locked in since 3:59 p.m. ET on April 9th. That is a fortress score guarding the podium.
Hi, Sudi 3 is diversified across 3 stocks as of 12:36 p.m. ET, while CS 1975 traded just 2 names by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 10th. Different spread, different stress profile.
Rank 3 Lucas Marin at $3,668 from 3:59 p.m. ET, April 9th. Towers over rank 5 CS 1975 at negative 1241 from 3:59 p.m. ET, April 10th. And rank 20 US UD3 at $22.5 at 12:36 p.m. ET. Today,
Through Marin's $3,668 realized at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 9th is clean and closed. No unrealized risk hanging over the position.
but Usudi 3 is still carrying that $22.5 unrealized as of 12:36 p.m. ET. One push could launch him higher or snap him back.
Screaming, it is the veteran fortress of Lucas Marin at $3,668 since 3:59 p.m. ET, April 9th versus the scrappy climber Usudi 3 at $22.5 at 12:36 p.m. ET today. Podium versus proving ground.
At 12:39 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes again for plus $15,284 on Abhijit Kaktakar's board and his daily rockets to 19820. The leader is not defending the throne, he is fortifying it.
At 12:39 p.m. ET, SQQ and TQQ double team Chidambara Raja for another brutal leg down, dragging his daily to negative 24.
By 12:39 p.m. that leveraged whipsaw leaves Chidambara Raja sitting at negative $10,123.5 for the tournament. Inverse ETFs are not toys.
SQQQ strikes again at 12:39 p.m. ET, minus $15,975 for Roshan. Rob Palin, the inverse beast, is roaming the arena.
As of 12:39 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli's cumulative tournament deficit sits at negative $19,636.01. That is not drawdown, that is excavation.
As of 12:39 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli remains at negative $11,544.74 for the tournament, still anchored in the lower tier after earlier KRUS damage.
It is Pooty versus Lacan Gursely versus Copper Mormon in the breakout elevator, and this leaderboard triangle is pure pressure.
As of 12:44 p.m. ET, Kaporman is ranked 10 with minus $248, while Lakangor Sali sits ranked 22 at minus $3,223.35, and Pooty ranked 23 at minus $3,535.
Gasping MSFT just body slammed Putty at 12:42 p.m. ET for negative $3,515, and that is basically his entire drawdown right there.
And at 12:42 p.m. ET, APL hammered Lakan Gusali for negative $3,209.7, almost mirroring that full session pain.
Compare that to Kapoorman at 12:44 p.m. ET, minus $248 total with 317.5 realized and minus 565.5 unrealized, versus Pooty, who has not locked in a single dollar.
Momentum battle at 12:44 p.m. ET. Lakan Gusali has improved by $362.7 on the window, while Pooty has slipped by $3,542.5. That is opposite trajectories.
Groaning, Lakan Gosali dug down to minus $4,171.05 before clawing back to minus $3,223.35 as of 12:44 p.m. ET. That is damage control, not dominance.
Rank 10 versus rank 22 at 12:44 p.m. ET. Koppelman is bruised, but breathing, while Lakan Gusali is still fighting from a much deeper hole.
The differential at 12:44 p.m. ET between Kaporman at minus 248 and Pooty at minus 3,535 is $3,287, a statistically significant separation inside the same window.
Gasping risk posture snapshot at 12:44 p.m. ET. Only Kapoorman has realized gains on the board, while Lakangor Sali and Pooty are floating fully unrealized red.
3 hours and 14 minutes into the session, and 3 hours 16 left. This mid-table clash could still flip the entire elevator.
With minus $248 at 12:44 p.m. ET and rank 10, Kaporman remains within statistical striking distance of single-digit ranks.
Bottom line at 12:44 p.m. ET, Kapoorman controls risk and activity, Lakan Gosali shows improving momentum, and Pooty is absorbing the heaviest drawdown.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $15,400 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader just slammed the accelerator through the floor.
And he was not done. MSFT at 12:46 p.m. ET printed plus $4,549 for Abhijit Kaktikar. That is back-to-back green crit damage.
Groaning. Meanwhile, at 12:47 p.m. ET, SQQ rips negative $14895 out of Chidambara Raja, and that is the kind of leverage that leaves scars.
SQQ is a hurricane. At 12:47 p.m. ET, it crushes Roshan. Rapalan for negative $16025. The volatility gods are not merciful.
At 12:46 p.m. ET, KRUS unloads negative $15,764.22 on Ravi Kirangoli, and that is the same blade we have seen cutting all morning.
AAPL at 12:47 p.m. ET drops negative $3,334.5 on Lakan Gorsali, and the apple cart just flipped over.
Lucas Marin is still third at $4,721.33 overall, but with these AMZN nukes, he needs a volatility miracle.
As of 12:47 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Kohli sits at negative $19,998.42 cumulative for the tournament. That is not a dip, that is a crater.
At 12:50 p.m. ET, AMZ detonates for +$1,524.8 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader rockets to $9,484 cumulative in this tournament. That penthouse just added another floor.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, TQQ slashes negative $9,815 for Chidambara Raja, and that is a volatility trap, snapping shut mid-fight.
Also at 12:51 p.m. ET, SQQ drains another $1,496.5 from Chidambara Raja. Leveraged products are not toys, and the scoreboard is reflecting that lesson.
SQQ strikes again at 12:51 p.m. ET, negative $16,095 for Roshan. Rapalan and the bottom of the leaderboard is shaken from the blast radius.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, AAPL deepens the wound with negative $3,664.05 for Lakan Gosali. Trying to catch that bounce has been expensive all afternoon.
Harsh Goyal is defending fourth with $3,667.65 cumulative as of 12:51 p.m. ET, 5 trades on the board, and still in striking distance of the podium. At 12:55 p.m. ET, AMZ absolutely detonates for plus $15,358 on Abhijit Kaktakar, and the penthouse just turned into a launch pad.
At 12:54 p.m. ET, TQQ rips minus $9,745 out of Chidhambara Raja, and that leveraged whiplash is not done yet.
Also at 12:54 p.m. ET, SQQ doubles down for negative $14875 on Chidambara Raja, pushing his cumulative tournament damage to negative $10,173.5. That is structural decay.
Caspian NW at 12:54 p.m. ET slams negative $8,530.35 into Varaprasad Goli, and that is another red candle boss fight.
As of 12:55 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli sits at negative $20,013.41 cumulative for the tournament, the deepest drawdown on the current leaderboard distribution.
AM Zen turns savage at 12:53 p.m. ET, ripping negative $25.41 from Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and the elevator cable is fraying. At 12:59 p.m. ET, AM Zen absolutely detonates for plus $15,318 on Abhijit Kaktakar, and the leader just strapped a rocket to the penthouse.
12:58 p.m. ET, PNW slashes another negative $8,574.75 into Varaprasad Goli, and the red candles are just chain comboing him.
Groaning. Same minute, 12:58 p.m. ET, KRUS drains $10,219.77 from Varaprasad Goli. When you double down on volatility, volatility doubles down on you.
Gasping 12:57 p.m. ET, SQQ deletes $14,775 from Chidhambara Raja, and that leverage whirlpool just will not let go.
At 12:57 p.m. ET, SQQ clocks Roshan. Our Palin for negative $15905. Inverse leverage is not a hedge if you are on the wrong side of the tape.
Leaderboard pressure. Goldie Gold is still second at $6,713.5 cumulative, but Abhijit Kaktikar just widened the gap and the throne is glowing. At 1:01 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $15,376 on Abhijit Kaktikar, and MSFT stacks another $4,662. The same minute, the throne is glowing red hot.
At 1:02 p.m. ET, SQQ deletes $14875 from Chidambara Raja, and TQQ rips another $9,745. That double leverage combo is absolute chaos.
KRUS strikes again at 1:03 p.m. ET, slamming Varaprasad Goli for negative $10,529.46. After that earlier PNW hit, the bottom of the leaderboard is on fire.
At 1:02 p.m. ET, MSFT prints negative $3,766.25 for Sunil Sulia. Same ticker making kings at the top is breaking accounts at the bottom.
As of 1:03 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli is at negative $20,467.96 cumulative for the tournament, the widest deficit on the board and statistically distant from the payout zone.
At 1:02 p.m. ET, SQQ smashes Roshan, R Palin for negative $16,005, and the lower bracket is just survival horror at this point.
At 1:07 p.m. ET, AM Zen detonates for plus $15,246 on Abhijit Kaktakar, and the leader just launched into orbit again.
As of 1:07 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands at $9,472 in cumulative tournament profit, extending statistical separation from Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin in the breakout.
And at 1:07 p.m. ET, PNW piles on another negative $8,488.73 for Varaprasad Goli. That is what overexposure to high beta looks like in real time.
Also at 1:07 p.m. ET, KRUS rips $16,053.93 out of Ravi Kirangali in a single savage print. The red candles have teeth.
At 1:07 p.m. ET, INTU flips from green to red and drains $656.25 from Anish Kapoor. That is how fast a decent day turns defensive.
With that 1:07 p.m. ET damage, Varaprasad Goli now sits at negative $20,284.25 in cumulative tournament performance, the lowest mark on the entire leaderboard.
3 hours and 38 minutes into the session, and Abhijit Kaktikar is still farming green, while everyone else is dodging landmines.
It is 1:12 p.m. ET, and the headline clash is Anusha 25_12 versus Pooty, rank 1 against rank 22, the penthouse versus the basement in the breakout.
At 1:08 p.m. ET, MSFT printed plus $4,570 for Anusha 25_12, pushing that total toward the $19817 mark we see at 1:12 p.m. ET.
Momentum check. Anusha 25_12 is up $8,792 over the window into 1:12 p.m. ET, while Pooty has dropped $3,646.25 in the same span.
Risk posture is simple and brutal. At 1:12 p.m. ET, both traders show zero realized, all unrealized, but one is floating plus 19817 and the other negative 3,638.75.
Rank 1, Anusha 25_12 at $19817 at 1:12 p.m. ET is defending a $1,000 first prize, while rank 22 Pooty at negative $3,638.75 fights just to climb out of the shadows.
And Pooty at negative $3,638.75 at 1:12 p.m. ET is in the same boat, fully unrealized, which means this can get worse before it gets better.
That $4,570 MSFT surge at 1:08 p.m. ET was the ignition, and by 1:12 p.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 is sitting at the $19817 peak.
If we quantify separation at 1:12 p.m. ET, the spread between 19817 and negative 3,638.75 exceeds $23,000, an enormous gap within a single division.
2 hours and 48 minutes left in the session, and Anusha 25_12 at $19817 versus Pooty at negative $3,638.75 at 1:12 p.m. ET is the starkest contrast on this elevator. It is 1:16 p.m. ET, and Abhijit Kaktakar is still the emperor of the breakout, sitting on $9,387 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:16 p.m. ET, the green banner flying high.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, PNW just blasted Varaprasad Goli for negative $8,552.55 in a single symbol hit. That is absolute volatility chaos.
At 1:11 p.m. ET, KRES ripped negative $16,038.95 straight through Ravi Kiran Goli, a red waterfall cascading down the elevator shaft.
As of 1:16 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja sits at negative $10,193.5 for the tournament. Playing both sides of leveraged ETFs is not diversification, it is multiplication of pain.
Even with that cower uplift at 1:15 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis remains at $143 cumulative for the tournament as of 1:16 p.m. ET, still outside the top 10 but no longer static.
And down at rank 26, Chanukya Varma Desetti is staring at negative $6,861.8 as of 1:16 p.m. ET, the red zone packed tight and unforgiving.
With 2 hours and 44 minutes left in the session at 1:16 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar's $9,387 cumulative mark defines the benchmark, while volatility beneath him suggests the podium is anything but settled.
It is 1:20 p.m. ET, and in the breakout elevator, we have Asudi 3 versus Bull Beast versus CS 1975 in a three-way rank collision.
At 1:20 p.m. ET, Bull Beast is up $1,094.5, while Asudi 3 is down 100 and CS 1975 is buried at negative 1241. That is leader versus two very different kinds of red.
Uzudi 3 at 1:20 p.m. ET shows negative $100, with negative 27 realized and negative 73 still unrealized. Risk remains on the table.
Momentum clash. Bull Beast surged $11.02 into 1:20 p.m. ET, while Usodi 3 slid negative 92 over the same window, opposite trajectories.
Peak to trough volatility is stark. Bull Beast ran from negative 336.25 to a peak of 1,197.5 before settling at 1,094.5 by 1:20 p.m. ET, while Usudi 3 swung between negative 176 and 182.5 in the same session window.
Usudi 3 at negative 100 as of 1:20 p.m. ET still has unrealized exposure, while CS 1975 is fully realized at negative 1241 since April 10th at 3:59 p.m. ET. Open risk versus sealed fate.
Concentration difference is notable. Bull Beast traded one stock into 1:20 p.m. ET, whereas Usudi 3 spread across three. Diversification versus focus.
Usudi 3 at rank 20 and negative $100 at 1:20 p.m. ET is not out. One decisive move can flip that entire narrative.
Gasping CS 1975 rank 5, but negative 1241 locked in since 3:59 p.m. ET on April 10th. That rank cushion is thin if others surge.
Compare the equity curves. Bull Beast recovering from a trough of negative 336.25 to 1094.5 by 1:20 p.m. ET. CS 1975 flatlined at negative 1241 since April 10th at 3:59 p.m. ET.
Three styles, three outcomes at their last timestamps. Bull Beast green and climbing. Usudi 3 red but active. CS 1975 red and frozen. This is strategy on display. At 1:23 p.m. ET, AMZ absolutely detonates for Abhijit Kaktikar with a $15434 surge and his daily rockets to $2007 The leader just hit escape velocity.
As of 1:23 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar now stands at $9,691 in cumulative tournament profit, extending his mathematical lead over Goldie Gold at 6,713.5 and Lucas Marin at 4,721.33.
At 1:23 p.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan, Raw Palin for negative $16,255. That is a red avalanche in real time.
As of 1:23 p.m. ET, that cascade leaves Chidambara Raja at negative $10,613.5 for the tournament. The basement has a basement.
Sneaky green at 1:23 p.m. ET. CRR pops $543 for Rahul Davis, and he claws his daily back to positive territory.
As of 1:23 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis remains near the bottom of the standings with $8.5 in cumulative tournament profit, but that CR volatility signals renewed engagement.
Groaning. And as of 1:23 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Kohli sits at negative $20,483.5 for the tournament. That is not variance. That is structural damage.
At 1:24 p.m. ET, MSFT blasts another $4,598 onto Abhijit Kaktikar, and the leader is now sitting on $9,653 in cumulative tournament profit.
Screaming God is going vertical for Rahul Davis. At 1:27 p.m. ET, it prints $1,354 in simple profit, and that is a full momentum flip from earlier pain.
But at 1:26 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $3,979.5 against Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and the floor just disappears beneath him.
At 1:25 p.m. ET, MSFT drags Sunil Sulia down $3,625 in one clean cut, leaving the tournament total at negative 2,883.35 and stuck near the basement.
At 1:24 p.m. ET, KRUS crushes Ravi Kirangoli for negative $16,153.83, and the elevator cables are snapping in the lower deck.
With 2 hours and 32 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar maintains first place at $9,653 cumulative, a substantial buffer in a $1,750 prize pool structure, paying 3 spots.
KR is on absolute fire. At 1:31 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis rips it to $1,816.5 on the position, and the elevator rockets him up to rank 6.
At 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar extended his MSFT position to $2,036 on the day, reinforcing a cumulative tournament profit of $9,653 and preserving rank 1 with statistical authority.
Gasping at 1:26 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $3,979.5 on Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and that is a volatility punch straight to rank 26.
Rewind to 1:24 p.m. ET. KRUS carved negative $10,459.53 into Varaprasad Goli, and PNW piled on another negative $8,713.5. That is how you stay anchored at rank 30.
At 1:23 p.m. ET, TQQQ inflicted negative $9,935 on Chidambara Raja, expanding his cumulative tournament deficit to negative $10,623.5 and statistically isolating him near the bottom tier.
Everyone else is scrambling, but Abhijit Kaktikar quietly holds rank 1 with 9,653 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:24 p.m. ET. That is what control looks like.
The throne is glowing. Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall at 136 p.m. ET with $9,653 in cumulative tournament profit, rank 1 and radiating dominance in the breakout.
Screamin' Epps R is on turbo mode. At 135 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is up $1,882.5 on SCAR, and that single ticker just shoved him to $1,348 for the tournament.
MSFT strikes again. At 135 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is down $3,695 on Microsoft, and the red wave is crashing through the lower ranks.
Gasping AMZN is a buzzsaw. At 134 p.m. ET, Chanakya Varma Dasetti drops another $2,644 on Amazon, and the spiral just keeps widening.
The compounding effect is severe, with AMAZN losses at 133 p.m. ET of $2,608 and 134 p.m. ET of $2,644, accelerating downside pressure on Chanakya Varma Dasetti's tournament standing.
When you are sitting at negative $20,608.92 for the tournament, you are not fighting for podium money. You are fighting for oxygen.
With $3,667.65 total and 5 trades fired. That is quiet pressure on the podium.
Meanwhile, Lucas Marin remains third at $4,721.33 cumulative, a stable plateau while volatility rips through KR, MSFT, and AMZN below him.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, a Bidget Cacti car stands at $9,653 cumulative in this tournament, and the throne in the breakout elevator is glowing red hot.
At 1:39 p.m. ET, XIA rips for plus $1,911 on Rahul Davis, and that is a straight vertical green candle punching him up the board.
Rahul Davis now shows $1,565 cumulative for the tournament as of 1:40 p.m. ET, and that SAR streak is the only clean momentum tape I see in this lobby.
Gasping at 1:39 p.m. ET, SQQ nukes Chanukya Varma Dasetti for negative $4,035.5, and that is a volatility trap snapping shut mid-sprint.
Chanukya Varma Dasetti is now sitting at negative $7,483.8 cumulative for the tournament as of 1:40 p.m. ET. That is what happens when leverage meets the wrong side of momentum.
At 1:37 p.m. ET, MNST flips from plus 25 to negative 280 for Niraj Arora, a $305 rug pull in seconds.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli is down negative $20,608.92 for the tournament, the deepest crater on this leaderboard, and the crowd can feel the pressure. CR is on a tear. At 1:43 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting on $21.49 of profit on that single ticker, and the engine is still revving.
Groaning. Meanwhile, at 1:41 p.m. ET, AMZ bleeds Chanukya Varma Dasetti down to negative $9,042.25 on that position. That is not a dip buy, that is a drawdown.
At 1:42 p.m. ET, MSFT extends losses for Sunil Sulia to negative $3,718.75 on the symbol, statistically reinforcing his position at rank 23 overall.
Goldie Gold is parked in second with $6,713.5 for the tournament. Solid but not closing the gap while the leader keeps compounding.
Lucas Marin holds third at $4,721.33 cumulative, maintaining payout position but statistically vulnerable to any aggressive surge from below.
Rahul Davis jumps to $1,550 cumulative as of 1:44 p.m. ET. That CR run just shoved him up the mid-table ladder.
And at 1:24 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli remains buried at negative $20,608.92 for the tournament, the deepest hole on the entire board with 2 hours left to dig out.
KR is on a tear at 1:48 p.m. ET, printing plus $2,299.5 for Rahul Davis, and that engine is screaming up the elevator shaft.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands at $9,653 cumulative for the tournament, maintaining first place with a statistically meaningful gap over Goldie Gold in second.
AMSN detonates at 1:46 p.m. ET for negative $28.33 on Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and the red candles are preaching pain.
Gasping. And rewind to 1:39 p.m. ET. SQQ smashed him for negative $4,035.5. That is volatility stacking like a combo meter from hell.
With that KR position marked at 1:48 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis strengthens his daily total while holding 6th place overall in the tournament standings.
MSFT will not let up. At 1:46 p.m. ET, it was still blasting negative $3,771.25 on the Sunil Sulia. The Bears are relentless.
The MSFT sequence between 1:40 p.m. ET and 1:47 p.m. ET repeatedly prints losses exceeding $3,700 for Sunil Sulia, a sustained volatility cluster rather than a single anomaly.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar is holding the penthouse with $9,653 cumulative in the breakout. The leader is still glowing green with just over 2 hours left on the clock.
Screaming air is going feral. At 1:50 p.m. ET, it prints plus $2,346.5 for Rahul Davis, and that is a straight vertical candle.
And it was not a one-hit wonder. CAR kept spiking between 1:39 p.m. ET and 1:50 p.m. ET, stacking multiple $2,000 bursts for Rahul Davis. That is how you claw up a board.
Meanwhile, MSFT is a horror movie. At 1:51 p.m. ET, it slams negative $3,715 into Sunil Sulia, and the red candles just keep respawning.
And AMZN is not showing mercy either. At 1:49 p.m. ET, it carves out another negative $29.01 from Chanakya Dasetti. Trying to bottom fish a falling blade is expensive.
Do not forget the mid-pack grinders. As of 1:52 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal is sitting on $3,667.65 cumulative and stalking that podium with 5 trades locked in.
CAR is still the momentum monster though. Multiple hits over $2,000 from 1:39 p.m. ET through 1:50 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That ticker is speedrunning the afternoon.
With 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar's $9,653 cumulative lead as of 1:24 p.m. ET remains statistically robust, but the volatility we are witnessing suggests no position is entirely insulated.
At 1:54 p.m. ET, CR explodes for $2112 on Rahul Davis, and that mid-table warrior just slammed the accelerator.
Screamer was at $25.08 at 1:52 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis, and it is still holding over 2 grand. 2 minutes later, that ticker is vibrating.
At 1:56 p.m. ET, MSFT prints negative $3,596.25 for Sunil Sulia. That is a slow bleed with no buyers stepping in.
At 1:54 p.m. ET, SQQ rips negative $4,021.5 from Chanuki Varma Dasetti, and that inverse rocket just misfired.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands at $9,653 in cumulative tournament profit, maintaining first-place separation over Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin. As of 1:56 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal registers $3,667.65 cumulative and is quietly consolidating fourth place with 5 trades logged.
At 2 p.m. ET, AM Zen just blasted Chanukia Varma Dasetti for negative $28.22, and the red candle is swinging like a wrecking ball.
And rewind to 1:54 p.m. ET. SQQ ripped $4,021.5 out of Chanakya Varma SAT in one brutal swipe. That is leveraged chaos stacking on itself.
At 2 p.m. ET, MSFT prints negative $3,346.25 for Sunil Sulia. Same ticker, same lesson. Momentum cuts both ways.
Flip the script. At 2 p.m. ET, CIR pays Rahul Davis $1,782.5, and the mid-table just felt that surge of horsepower. It is 2:12 p.m. ET, and Abhijit Kaktekar still reigns over the breakout, holding $9,653 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 1:24 p.m. ET, the throne remains unshaken.
At 2 p.m. ET, Kiar exploded for $1,782.5 for Rahul Davis, and the elevator shot upward in a blink, gasping. But at 2:05 p.m. ET, a big loss of negative $1,131.5 smacked Rahul Davis back down. That is whiplash volatility.
By 2:11 p.m. ET, CAR still printed $13.44 for Rahul Davis, but that earlier giveback shows how fragile momentum can be.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, SQQ detonated for negative $3,937.5 against Chanukya Varma Dasetti, a red shockwave through the lower ranks.
MSFT would not stop bleeding. At 2 p.m. ET, it slammed Sunil Surya for negative $3,346.25, and the red kept stacking.
And even by 2:09 p.m. ET, MSFT was still negative $28.85 for Sunil Surya. That kind of sustained pressure buries accounts.
Meanwhile, Harsh Goyal is quietly entrenched at rank 4 with $3,667.65 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:11 p.m. ET, stalking that podium.
Gasping, and at 2:11 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora is stuck at negative $5,406.05 for the tournament. The basement fight is getting crowded.
KR detonates again at 2:48 p.m. ET, printing $21.97 for Rahul Davis, and that engine is redlining into the final hour.
It stair-stepped all the way up 21:36 at 2:47 p.m. ET and then 21:97 at 2:48 p.m. ET on CR for Rahul Davis. That is pure momentum spam.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar remains first overall with $9,653 cumulative in the tournament, a statistically meaningful cushion over Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin.
And NVDA piled on at 2:47 p.m. ET with negative $2,123.75 for Chanukya Varma Dasetti. That is a double red avalanche.
A rare green flicker. S-Prints $535 at 2:47 p.m. ET for Keshav Geek. Not flashy, but enough to keep him steady in the mid-pack.
As of 2:48 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal holds $3,667.65 cumulative and fourth place, 5 trades logged and still within mathematical striking distance of the podium.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli is sitting at negative $20,608.92 cumulative, still the deepest hole on the entire board with barely over an hour left.
SQQ just body slammed Chanukya Varma Dasetti for negative $4,105.50 at 3:21 p.m. ET, and the volatility is absolutely feral.
Groaning, NVDA clipped him too, negative $2,486.25 at 3:16 p.m. ET. Trying to fade a tape that is up over 3% is how you end up last place.
Meanwhile, Car explodes green at 3:12 p.m. ET, printing $24.14 for Rahul Davis, and that engine is still screaming.
Back to back to back, 22.53 at 3:11 p.m. ET, then 24.14 at 3:12 p.m. ET, on CR for Rahul Davis. That is pure momentum farming.
As of 3:32 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis holds $1,735.5 cumulative and sixth place overall, a meaningful recovery from earlier drawdowns.
After that hit at 3:22 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $2,472.1 cumulative and 22nd place. That is a long climb with 28 minutes left.
"28 minutes left in the breakout, and the board is splitting into rockets at the top and wreckage at the bottom. This is pure closing bell chaos." SQQQ hammers Chanukya Varma Dasetti again for negative $4,133.50 at 3:35 p.m. ET, and the red candles are stacking like a boss fight he cannot clear.
Groaning, NVDA clipped him for negative $2,523.75 at 3:33 p.m. ET, and this is what happens when you keep fading strength into the close.
AMZN joins the power on negative $23.33 at 3:25 p.m. ET for Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and the sell pressure just keeps respawning.
After that 3:35 p.m. ET hit, Sunil Sulia is sitting on negative $2,487.1 cumulative and 22nd place. That hole is getting deeper into the bell.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar maintains $9,653 cumulative and first place overall, a statistically durable lead over Goldie Gold and Lucas Marin with 24 minutes remaining.
Groaning. At 1:24 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Kohli was buried at negative $20,608.92 cumulative, still last on the board, and that deficit is a canyon.
Anusha 25_12 versus Chan, rank 11 hunting rank 10. This is the ladder fight with 20 minutes left in the breakout.
As of 1:24 p.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 stands at $2,036, while at 3:40 p.m. ET, Chan reports negative $9,103.75, a dramatic polarity inside a single matchup.
Peak to trough chaos. Anusha 25_12 blasted from 10884 at 10:02 a.m. ET yesterday to 20036 at 1:24 p.m. ET, while Chan slid from negative 3.5 at 9:31 a.m. ET yesterday to negative 9103.75 at 3:40 p.m. ET.
At 3:40 p.m. ET, Chan is sitting on negative $9,103.75, and that entire number is unrealized, meaning the pain is still live.
Risk posture is mirrored, both at zero realized, but Anusha 25_12 holds positive 20036 at 1:24 p.m. ET, while Chan carries negative 9103.75 at 3:40 p.m. ET, opposite ends of exposure.
Rank 10 versus rank 11, but at 1:24 p.m. ET, Anusha 25.
And NVDA piled on for negative $2,506.25 at 3:40 p.m. ET for Chan. That is a double hit in the same minute.
while Chan absorbs red at 3:40 p.m. ET. Anusha 25_12 is still parked at $20036 from 1:24 p.m. ET. That is Serenity versus Storm.
Gasping, woke up choosing violence, and my heart rate monitor just rage quit mid candle.
Numerically, the spread between 20036 at 1:24 p.m. ET for Anusha 25_12 and negative 9103.75 at 3:40 p.m. ET for Chan exceeds $29000, a statistically significant divergence.
Groaning. If nothing changes, 20036 at 1:24 p.m. ET keeps Anusha 25_12 knocking on the door, and negative 9103.75 at 3:40 p.m. ET keeps Chan under siege.
20 minutes left, and it is conviction versus collapse. Anusha 25_12 holding green from 1:24 p.m. ET, and Chan scrambling after that 3:40 p.m. ET drawdown.
SQQ detonates again at 3:42 p.m. ET, ripping negative $4,119.50 through Chanukya Varma Dasetti, and the volatility is absolutely merciless.
Groaning. NVDA already tagged him at 3:40 p.m. ET for negative $2,506.25, and this is what happens when you stand in front of a freight train into the close.
As of 3:44 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti reports negative $7,385.3 cumulative in the tournament, placing him 10th on the current board and statistically under acute pressure.
Gasping Rahul Davis, holding $1,735.5 cumulative at 3:44 p.m. ET with only 2 trades logged. That is maximum efficiency speed. Running the ladder.
After those MSFT hits, Sunil Sulia is down at negative $2,519.6 cumulative as of 3:44 p.m. ET, 8th place and running out of runway.
On the grand leaderboard, Abhijit Kaktikar remains the macro leader with $9,653 cumulative as of
And at the
1:24
bottom,
p.m. ET,
Varaprasad
a
Goldie
mathematically
still
durable
carrying
margin over the
negative
field.
20,608.92
16 minutes to the closing bell, and the
cumulative
board is splitting
as
into
of
heroes and horror
1:24
stories.
p.m.
This is
ET.
peak
That is
breakout
the
chaos.
deepest drawdown in the arena. SQQQ detonates again at 3:45 p.m. ET, ripping negative $4,112.5 out of Chinookia Varma Dassetti, and the volatility is absolutely unchained.
Groaning. MSFT is not done either. Negative $3,303.75 at 3:45 p.m. ET for Sunil Sulia. That is repeated software sector punishment into the close.
And right behind him at 3:48 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting on $1,735.5 cumulative, 2 trades and still hunting that top slot with 12 minutes left.
Gasping and zoom out at 3:48 p.m. ET, Chanakya Varma Dassetti is at negative $7,386.3 cumulative. Rank 10. Every SQQ spike is like stepping on the same rake.
12 minutes left in the breakout. Rockets at the top, red cliffs at the bottom, and every tick from SQQ and MSFT is shaking this elevator division. MSFT just detonates again for Sunil Sulia, negative $3,357.50 at 3:51 p.m. ET. That is a late game ambush with 8 minutes left.
And SQQQ just clipped Chinookia Varma Dassetti for negative $4,182.50 at 3:51 p.m. ET. That inverse bet is chewing him up into the close.
The sequence is statistically brutal. SQQQ negative 4,119.50 at 3:42 p.m. ET, negative 4,133.50 at 3:38 p.m. ET, and now negative 4,182.50 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Chinookia Varma Dassetti, volatility compounding against him.
Quiet climb from Cache of Geek, $924.3 cumulative at 3:52 p.m. ET in third place. Steady hands while others implode.
With that 3:51 p.m. ET MSFT print, Sunil Solia now reflects negative $2,565.85 cumulative, rank 8 and mathematically constrained with 8 minutes remaining.
At 3:52 p.m., ET Niraj Arora is staring at negative $5,536.05 cumulative in ninth place. That is do or die territory.
Manish Kapoor with 11 trades and $164.58 cumulative at 3:52 p.m. ET, grinding for scraps while the top three guard the prize pool.
Structurally, Harsh Goyal at $3,667.65 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET maintains a clear buffer over Rahul Davis at 1735.5, a statistically meaningful spread into the final 8 minutes.
MNST just nuked Niraj Arora for negative $500 at 3:55 p.m. ET, and that is a last-minute rug pull, 4 minutes before the bell.
Groaning. CQQ clip Chanukia Varma Desetti again for negative $4,070.5 at 3:53 p.m. ET. That is not hedging. That is stepping in front of a freight train.
MSFT is relentless. Negative $3,277.5 at 3:52 p.m. ET for Sunil Solia, and the software storm just will not clear.
As of 3:56 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal leads the active grand leaderboard with $3,667.65 cumulative, maintaining rank 1 under late session pressure.
And as of 3:56 p.m. ET, Keshav Geek holds $924.3 cumulative in third, quietly climbing while the bottom half turns into a battlefield.
As of 3:56 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora stands at negative $5,836.05 cumulative for the tournament, that MNST sequence compounding an already severe deficit.
MNST just detonates for negative $625 at 3:59 p.m. ET on Niraj Aurora. That is a last-minute rug pull right into the closing bell.
Groaning. SEQQQ rips another negative $4,203.5 at 3:59 p.m. ET for Chanukya Varma Dasetti. That is not hedging. That is catching a falling chainsaw.
Gasping MSFT smacks negative $3,386.25 at 3:56 p.m. ET into Sunil Sulia. That software candle just kept stretching red.
After that 3:56 p.m. ET hit, Sunil Sulio is buried at negative $2,672.1 cumulative for the tournament, 8th place and sliding.
Meanwhile, at 3:59 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal is still king of the active board with $3,667.65 cumulative, defending that number one crown into the buzzer.
Do not blink, Keshav Geek is hanging on to third with $924.3 cumulative at 3:59 p.m. ET. That podium is still glowing.
That is the closing bell for the breakout. Green Giants at the top, absolute carnage at the bottom, and every dollar locked in as the clock hits 4 p.m. ET.